proceed. You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Before we get started, does either side want to introduce some documents by way of stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Which documents have the parties agreed to admit by way of stipulation?
Your Honor, the parties have agreed to introduce the medical records and school records of Carly Gregg that the doctor reviewed in his mental health evaluation, and also the doctor's CVs. Your Honor, we've also agreed to admit a sketchbook and a journal.
I'll bring them forward.
Sorry, Your Honor, I've got the journal.
Do them one by one. Does the state stipulate to the CV of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Of the defense witness?
There's a
Okay. Stipulation, CV of Dr. Andrew Clark. The CV of Dr. Andrew Clark will be admitted by stipulation as D10. CV of Jason Pickett, stipulate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. This document will be admitted, the CV of Jason Pickett will be admitted by stipulation as S57.
D. Oh, yes. 57.
What do we have next?
We have
Yeah, no, that's going to be included in there.
Okay, that's
it. Should be all.
okay.
It should be everything that had handwriting on it.
Okay, perfect. Journal and sketchbook of Carly Gregg.
Well, journals and sketchbooks recovered from the scene.
Does the state stipulate that these are the journals and the sketchbooks recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Be admitted without objection, any objection by the state.
No, sir.
Be admitted, D11, by stipulation.
The counseling records of Annette Bennett.
Does the state agree to stipulate to the admissibility of the counseling records of Annette Bennett?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Be moved in, D12, all purposes without objection.
And for the record, those are the only ones that are not date stamped because those were the only ones not produced pursuant to a subpoena by us.
All right, what else we got?
The vital core records, which are the medical records and treatments and prescriptions during her detainment at the Rankin County Detention Center.
That's only the vital core records, not to discuss in front of the jury detainment. Any objection to these records?
Yes, sir.
State or defense records?
Defense.
All right. Without objection, correct?
Yes, sir.
D13 will be the vital core records.
That's going to be yours to see.
These are Kroger pharmacy records.
State bait stamp numbers 805 through 822. Any objection to that by the state?
Everybody's got the motions and subpoenas attached to them, everything that they sent. Just the records. Why don't we just do just the front of that instead of all
Yeah, that's
the correspondence?
Bait stamp documents 811 through 822 are court records. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes, sir. They're not a
And
part
they're
of
not
the-
admissible.
They're not a part of the medical record.
All right, mark these. D14 ID only. Excuse me, add bait stamp document 810 to D11 for ID. So the actual records are 805 through 809, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the state agree by stipulation to admit 805 through 809?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need a paperclip?
Those will be marked D14 as a composite without objection. Motions should not be.
Anything that's attached should just be
Motions, transcripts should not be attached.
their affidavit, just pull back from the top.
Any objection to 360 through 520 by the state, school records,
No.
by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
This has been marked D15, next in number without objection. School records.
UMC records.
Any objection to state bait stamp document 775 through 796 by the state?
No objection.
By the
No
defense?
objection, Your Honor.
Admitted D16, all purposes. Records of UMMC.
They're blank pages, what else could they scan?
Region 8 records.
See, these also contain state's bait stamps number 662 through 683. Any objection by the state?
No, sir.
By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Those would be marked D17, all purposes. Region 8 records.
Rankin Children's Group.
These are separated because these are not sorry.
Any objection to state's bait stamp documents 527 through 558 by the state?
No, sir.
By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Those would be marked D18.
These two. Let's go with it. Okay, sorry, that's separated. I'll tell you that it's not one thing.
Precise medical records.
And one portion of that is going to be bait stamped, and then the subsequent portion is that precise.
Yes.
It's not going to be bait stamped. That's going to be the material that they emailed to each of us last week. So we want to make sure that both are included.
Any objection to these records by the state?
No, sir.
By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted by way of stipulation D19.
Your Honor.
Yes.
This is Crossroads Counseling.
Any objection to the state's bait stamp document 696 through 699 by the state?
No, sir.
By the
No,
defense?
Your Honor.
They'll be admitted, all purposes D20, Crossroads Medical Records.
Rebecca Kirk's counseling records.
Any objection to bait stamp pages 661 through 694 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted by way of stipulation. What's the defense? What's the next? D21, all purposes. Anything else that we agree by stipulation by the state?
No, sir.
By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Andrew Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Okay. And Dr. Clark, what's your current age?
I'm 68 years old.
Okay. And what is your current occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And what, if any, who's your current employer?
I'm currently self-employed. So I have a private practice of psychiatry. I spend about half my time doing treatment of both children and adolescents and adults, and about half my time doing forensic work.
And what, if any, teaching experience do you have?
So I was on the faculty at Harvard Medical School for about 20 years, from 1996 to around 2016, and I taught and supervised residents at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I spent about 5 years at Boston Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the Director of Medical Student Education and Psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach at Harvard Medical School?
So I taught forensic psychiatry as the primary thing that I taught. I taught forensic psychiatry to residents at Boston Medical Center, and I currently teach forensic psychiatry at Boston Medical Center, but just about once a month.
Okay. And where did you attend medical school?
I went to the University of Michigan Medical School and graduated in 1986.
When did you receive your medical license?
In, I believe, 1987.
What, if any, board certifications do you have?
So I have 3 board certifications. I'm certified in adult psychiatry, I'm certified in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I'm certified in forensic psychiatry.
And what, if any, certification have you held in pediatrics?
I trained in pediatrics at Boston City Hospital from 1987 to 1990, and I was board certified as a pediatrician, but I've let that lapse since I don't practice pediatrics.
And what, if any, certification do you have in neurology?
I have no certification in neurology. My psychiatry certification is through the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology,
Gotcha.
but I'm just a psychiatrist.
And when did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
Oh, you're testing me. I think it would have been in 1995 that I was certified in psychiatry.
Now, as you know, lawyers go to law school and not med school because we're not very good at math. But is it fair to say that's roughly 29 years that you've been?
I believe that's correct, yes.
When did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
I think you just asked me.
I'm sorry. When did you receive your board certification in forensic psychiatry?
Oh, I think it would have been around 1996 or 1997.
Okay. And when did you receive your board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I believe that would have been 1997.
Okay. And what, if any, residencies have you done?
So I've done maybe too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years, and then I did a 3-year residency in psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and then I did a 2-year residency in child and adolescent psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and finished my training in 1996.
And when did you receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry?
I believe it was 1997 that I did, and then it lapsed for a few years, and then I was recertified maybe around 8 years ago or so.
And what, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
So when I was at Massachusetts General Hospital, I was the medical director of the Children and the Law program, which was it's a program of individuals doing forensic psychiatry and psychology. When I was at Boston Medical Center. I was as I mentioned, the director of medical student education in psychiatry, and I was also the medical director of the outpatient psychiatry clinic there. I also had a job at a trauma clinic in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I was the medical director for, I think, 4 years.
And what, if any, experience have you had with the juvenile court?
So I've worked for several years at the Boston Juvenile Court Clinic and the Norfolk County Juvenile Court Clinic. I'm early in my career, so probably 3 or 4 or 5 years altogether.
And what was your position there?
I was a staff psychiatrist there, responsible for conducting the evaluations that were ordered by the court.
And who did you conduct those evaluations on?
Typically on adolescents or younger children who were court involved in some way, either juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to child and adolescent forensic consultations?
I was, early in my career, I was a member of the Child and Adolescent Forensic Consultation Team in Massachusetts and did a number of evaluations, mostly competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity cases for the state.
What, if any, fellowship positions have you held?
I did a fellowship in infant parent mental health at one point about 10 years ago now, and I'm not sure what else.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness in child psychiatry?
I'm going to guess 150. That's just it's somewhat of a rough estimate, but I've been doing it for 28 years and probably have a couple of handfuls of cases each year.
And how many times have you testified as a forensic expert in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I'd say typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry, and not typically in forensic psychiatry.
Okay. What, if any, peer-reviewed papers have you published?
I've published 2 papers in the last 2 years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on a juvenile post-traumatic stress disorder.
Your Honor, at this time we would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry.
As established to board our witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. And you and I spoke over Zoom last week, didn't we?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't recognize me this morning because I had a beard last week.
Yes, that's right.
All right. Are you? Where do you currently hold an active medical license? In what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
I've passed through here before.
Okay. I got you. And you just told Ms. Todd that whenever you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic psychiatry is that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our prior motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise nothing further.
Any further objection?
No, sir.
All right. The witness will be admitted as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. Hang on just a moment. Rex, 1 moment. Correct. All right. Now that the witness has been qualified as an expert, I was informed that the circuit clerk has y'all's lunch here today. I don't want, it's 11:46, I don't want that to get cold, all right? Or hot, either way you ordered it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break. Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when y'all are ready. Everyone please remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Dr. Clark, you're going to remain under oath. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody during the lunch break. So 11:47, we'll be in recess till the jury knocks on the door and tells me they're done eating. All right. Anything further from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, this afternoon after lunch, if anybody gets tired, I'm not saying y'all would get tired, but I've seen it happen before. Somebody finds themselves dozing off or head nodding, just stand up for a minute, okay? That's perfectly acceptable. All right. The court has accepted the witness as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. You may begin your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Clark, let me start out by asking you, when we say adolescent, what age range does that include?
I'd say typically the ages of between 12 and 18.
Okay. And how did you first get involved in this case?
I got involved because Attorney Camp gave me a call somewhere around the middle of August and asked whether I might be available to do an evaluation.
Okay. And what, if any, records did you initially review?
What I did at first, I suggested to Attorney Camp that I might just spend a few hours looking at the initial records that he could provide me before I agreed to go any further. And so Attorney Camp sent me a number of different records. I actually can't recall specifically which ones they were, but a fair number of records regarding the case.
And do you recall what kind of records these were?
They were treatment records for Carly from her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well, and there were some police reports as well.
Okay. And what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
Okay. And did that include any sketches?
I believe there was a sketchbook as well, yes.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
So what I did is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested I wasn't sure that I was going to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my coming down to Mississippi and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No.
And where did you interview Carly?
That was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report, and then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's experts report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes on August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Joe, whatever you got to counsel opposite first, unless it's already in evidence.
And I'm handing you a copy right there of a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Okay, and can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
It was August 29th, 2024.
And is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
No, I'm good, thank you.
And did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
Okay. And does your report include a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Does your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to in regards to putting this report together?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who was Carly's maternal grandmother, on, I believe it would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information, and so didn't rely on it in my report, and so didn't list it.
So you didn't list it because you didn't rely on it in your report.
Correct.
And does your report include a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes,
Does it also include your opinions?
it does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is.
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
You'll approach. At this time. Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Clark, you've been tendered as an expert, and did you base your expert opinion on any facts or data that you've been made personally aware of?
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my experience, my knowledge of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
So what I personally observed was my 4-hour interview with Carly, my 90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley. I then reviewed a large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
Okay. And were you able to after observing and reviewing the records and your interview with Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And is that contained in your report?
yes.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business, and I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe that I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
Okay. And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll approach. Sustained, you may continue.
Dr. Clark, are the interviews you relied upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
Yes. Along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
I'll approach. One more time.
that you reviewed and relied on the same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation, that interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically how such reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion?
Yes.
Who would be rendered an expert of that opinion?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Still an objection.
Yes, sir.
Y'all approach.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright, I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic, she was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother, and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
And what, if anything, were you able to gauge about Carly's, having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school, and then in the last perhaps year developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as staying up past curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion she snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend. And then in addition, in the last perhaps 6 weeks, prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
What, if any, past history of trauma did Carly have?
So Carly had had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that she had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age, and the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening, and it was difficult for her. Secondly, her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing, and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents separated. She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her, and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
What, if anything, did you learn about Carly's educational history?
So what I learned was that Carly was always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
And what, if anything, did you learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time and about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
And based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
You said earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin to develop mental health issues?
Well, when Carly was young, ages let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she felt kind of depressed. I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house, and I think somewhat financially strained. This is before Heath Smiley came into their life. She said that was a difficult time. She also reported, well, actually, I think 2 or 3 things. One is, I noted from the records that there were a few occasions when Carly was noted by her therapist to have had intrusive memories or bothersome memories of times with her father. And she was reported on one occasion to have just been minding her own business and kind of idly and having these memories coming back and were bothersome for her. She also reported that she began hearing voices relatively early in her life. Again, the ages 6 to 9, that she began hearing a voice. It was a male voice, unfamiliar to her, that would say things like, "You're better than them," things that were sort of elitist in a certain way. She reported that that became a constant, not necessarily bothersome, but kind of a constant thing for her. She also reported that, again, early on, that she began to have this experience of feeling distant from the world, as if she was in a dream. Things were sort of foggy for her in that regard. So that she said was kind of a regular, frequent thing that happened to her, again, in this sort of ages 6 to 9 period of time.
You just used the phrase intrusive thought. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say intrusive thoughts?
Yes, I'll try not to get into jargon too much, but intrusive thoughts is one symptom of post-traumatic stress. And I'm not diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but people that have experienced trauma that haunts them afterwards sometimes have the experience of, especially when they're not paying much attention or when their guard is down, the memories will come back, and in a bothersome way. All of a sudden, they'll just recall whatever it was, and it'll be upsetting for them. So, and for some people, they can be really bothered by it. It can be very problematic for some folks. But so it's considered to be a post-traumatic symptom, and that Carly seemed to have had in the aftermath of her difficult experiences with her biological father.
Based on your evaluation, was there a period of time in which Carly's mental health issues began to be more significant?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So beginning from around the age of 9 or so, what Carly reported was that she began to feel depressed, that the auditory hallucinations, meaning that she was hearing voices, that those continued, that these experiences of feeling like the world wasn't real continued. And then somewhere between the ages of 9 and 11, the depression continued, and she then began to cut herself. And as I understand it, she'd been cutting herself for about 2 years, so starting around the age of 12, that she would, on a fairly regular basis, make superficial cuts on her thighs as a way to help manage her anxiety and distress. And
Go ahead.
I'd be happy to talk about just cutting, right, which is a relatively common phenomena that typically teenagers engage in, not so much in a way to try to kill oneself or to injure oneself, but as a way to cope with feelings that are too much to handle. So it's kind of a maladaptive way of coping with feelings, and often it's a reflection of some level of either depression or anxiety or just mental health struggles.
And based on your evaluation, about when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until December of 2023, so just last December, that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
And were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
So the other behaviors that the parents learned about at that time was that Carly had been using I think an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps, to text with friends, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her parents' knowledge or consent, and Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had Carly begun to experience with sleeping at this time?
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smiley confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
And is that harmful to take 2 melatonin tablets?
You know, the dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data to support it, but it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that is that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
And is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin. But again, it's over the counter, and I think, as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned. No regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up late using this burner phone, I'll say, in addition, the other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those three things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician. The pediatrician made a referral. Carly had an evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January of 2024 and March of 2024?
So there were two parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy, right? So Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk. And Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her good to talk to, compassionate. She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk and felt that she could be open with her. And so they met every week. In addition to that, Carly met with a prescriber early in January and was begun on antidepressant medication. So the prescriber at Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What is an adjustment disorder?
So adjustment disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just bash it back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry. All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to bill the insurance company for a visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think of it as relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot of ground.
And what is major depressive disorder?
So major depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness. And
how is depression different than feeling sad?
So we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your energy, your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite. Your ability just to enjoy things. People sometimes feel their whole body has slowed down, and then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when the depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness, and it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder then are prescribed psychiatric medication and antidepressants in particular to try to treat it.
And you mentioned that Carly was first put on Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name. It's an SSRI, specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor, medication. It's an antidepressant, and she was and it's widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And how did that medication seem to affect Carly?
It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. It's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or the other.
What if any course of treatment was changed at that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The sort of the standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. Folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for adolescents to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported, both to me and to the clinician, that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with the depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that's a very common reaction. I feel as if I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied was the
Zombied.
term.
And what, if any, medication was Carly changed to after Zoloft?
So at the follow-up visit on March 12th with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication to one called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify up front, ahead of time, who's going to respond to which medication. And there can be a lot of individual variability. So one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft, and the next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac. And it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so the clinician, at that point in time on March 12th, prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, I guess, right? Cold turkey is not quite the right term because she didn't have withdrawal symptoms, but she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th because she didn't want to take it anymore. And maybe she didn't quite understand the instructions. So starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
And was there a point in time when a prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac?
I believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss Smiley, told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she had become suicidal quite immediately, and so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
How did Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage
After her medication changed?
So there were a number of things going on by March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks. However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
And what did you learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana. She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told the clinician at the correctional center she may have smoked up to 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and to help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was at school.
And why was it that Carly turned to the marijuana usage?
So what I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. Which I think it's a very common reason for adolescents with mental health difficulties to begin smoking marijuana.
Would that typically be described as self-medicating?
Yes.
And in your experience, is that something people tend to do when they're experiencing symptoms of, any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially, in my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when the medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged, and and they smoke marijuana, and at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
Based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, how was the marijuana likely to have caused or affected her symptoms?
So, I have a lot of patients that smoke marijuana, I will say. It's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference. So typically, with individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic performance begin to suffer at this time?
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. And she said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day, she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you in regards to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
Okay. What were your conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time, between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. Right? She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They had diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. It wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, or what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, you're full of energy, you feel good, you're confident, you're funny, you're thinking fast, you're smart, you're on top of the world. It's actually, people actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to psychiatrists complaining that they've been hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem, the depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens when you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication. They can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania, and part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you're at much increased risk of having it yourself. So a teenager with depressed mood with a parent with bipolar disorder is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular, discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had these clear-cut states and had been having them for a number of years. She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years how much of your time have you spent in any state. What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state, and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach? And Dr. Clark, did you also review Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
I'm going to pass you a copy of those documents. Can you tell me what the exhibit number of that is?
Exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit 19.
Okay. And what records are those?
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
Okay. And if you'll see at the very bottom, there's a little red state versus Carly Gregg,
Yes.
and with numbers. If you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on this page?
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I imagine, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you ask a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas, and then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
Is this something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1 is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day, for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Okay. Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Did these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples, being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12 for me?
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts, impulses, or images that you couldn't get rid of that were unwanted, distasteful, inappropriate, intrusive, or distressing?
And how did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of precise medical records?
What really stood out to me was their question about have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication, and this is, I understand this to be a question that really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And Carly answered yes to that. And I saw no evidence in the records from Precise Clinical that they had followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons, and one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior, and teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you. There's some things that are maybe easier to diagnose than others, but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. What I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager and talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you some privacy. You deserve some privacy, but if issues come up that really affect your health or safety or significantly affect your welfare, we got to pull your parents in. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that the really serious stuff, the parent's going to get pulled in.
Okay. And what, if any, concerns did Carly already have about having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, something like you're going to end up just like your father. And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric illness. So Carly reported to me that she really was worried that she might have a serious psychiatric illness.
Did Carly see her father as a successful person?
No.
Based on your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. There are a lot of people that engage in denial, that they just don't want to believe that they have a condition, and they like to think that they can kind of soldier through, and they say to themselves that it's really not that bad. A lot of, I think, teenagers in particular, again, are worried that their parents are going to find out. And it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital, if they're especially around things like suicide. I'm talking about suicidal thoughts, but just in general, they worry that you're going to lock me up in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly anytime you talk about psychosis, I think it's a very big deal for most people to try to come to terms with that, because they worry, understandably, about what it means, what the future might hold for them.
Based on your evaluation of Carly and your interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know, and they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. And it's a skill that most teenagers develop. And especially, if a teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example, they may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face. That she's able to put on a good face even when things are quite difficult. And I think I saw evidence of that in reviewing the records.
And what do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, in part to her. Well, actually, I understand Carly to have, from an early age, had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her mother not worry so much. And so that she did lots of things like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. So I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's bright maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality where she's very good at putting a smile on her face and functioning reasonably well.
During your interview with Carly, how, would you say that she minimized her symptoms, or did she overplay them?
Oh, I'm sorry,
During your interview with Carly, did you find that she minimized her symptoms, or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
In my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she really led with this idea that she was doing just fine. And I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked harder with her than I usually do with adolescents in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
Now, are auditory hallucinations or hearing voices typically what someone with bipolar 2 disorder is going to be experiencing?
No. The short answer is no. It's not usual for someone with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices. Sometimes people that get very depressed, can experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that. People that are manic can absolutely experience auditory hallucinations. They can become very psychotic. But otherwise, it's really not at all common.
And based on what you reviewed in preparing for your evaluation of Carly, were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Yes.
Okay. Where?
So the document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes,
We put Carly's journal into evidence. I'll just hand you that copy of it. Now, you mentioned a journal entry from March 12th.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, "I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy." And then she goes on to say, "I need to get back into the habit of journaling. Think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I can't decide!" Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Did you also have an opportunity to review a sketchbook that Carly had?
Yes.
And that sketchbook's been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in Carly's
Sketchbook that you reviewed in preparing for her interview and evaluation stood out to you?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
Okay. What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, "Anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer." And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling, and it says, please help me, I don't, something, I'm sorry." And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph, and I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Miss Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes, and they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed having written it.
Okay. And could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
I actually don't recall whether this is in a sketchbook or in a different journal. It's the one titled April 7th.
Okay. And what about that entry concerns you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, so April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, "I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help." And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping a journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's worried. She was worried about her mental health at this point in time.
What, if anything, did Carly disclose to you about her father having schizophrenia?
And so Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but it really was the bipolar diagnosis that she was most clear about.
Okay. So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
And can you tell the court a little bit about what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations, also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric diagnoses.
You talked about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what psychosis is?
Yes. So psychosis is a psychiatric condition. I think I define it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those are hallucinations. But people can also have disorder of thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
And what do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is where, normally our thoughts go from one thing to another, and they're reasonably well connected, and there's an element of a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other. Things don't connect. They'll start talking about one thing, and then they'll make a jump to another thing, they'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
And what, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly told me that for at least the last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake, at times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for, on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she'd been doing these things for at least a couple of years. And so she was having, if I may, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself, hearing voices, and sleeping difficulty, all, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Can you tell the court what dissociation means?
Dissociation is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness, memory, body sensation, and connection with the world, which may not mean a lot. Dissociation can be both very mild and quite severe. Mild dissociation, which I think almost all of us have experienced, can include things like just spacing out, right? If you're like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit, or you get home and you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation. Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or that they're just not engaged. They can feel they're just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder, where people, for example, let's say someone who's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever in Iraq or wherever it might be, and that can be very, very distressing for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fugues, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take the train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you get these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are, they're like, I have no idea. And then for many of them, their sort of sense of themselves will come back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a somewhat controversial diagnosis, but there are certainly people who experience, I think on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals, I think, really do struggle from a psychiatric point of view. Dissociation is most typically thought of as the result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that it's a protective mechanism. So that, let's say, a child that's being sexually abused, right, during the abuse might just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the, I guess, models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with a psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And
just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the, I guess, models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with a psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And can you explain the significance of bipolar II disorder and dissociation and the auditory hallucinations?
Oh, so in the period of time up until March 12th, Carly reported that her mood was flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more prominent, and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over for her. Now, she told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like, you're better than those people. Like, that's the only thing she told me they said. So her mood is poor, the voices are getting worse, Her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported that she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time as well.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, when did you first receive the Vital Core records?
So I received the Vital Core records, or the records from the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I had returned to Boston and got the records afterwards, so I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Core from the subpoena. Is that correct?
That's my
Yes,
understanding.
Your Honor. Am I correct?
Yes.
This is a copy of the Vital Core records for Carly, beginning, I think, March 28th, 2024.
Okay. And are those the same records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th, and then again a month later, that she'd been having command auditory hallucinations.
What are command auditory hallucinations?
So hallucinations, auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of different content. They're often critical, for example. But command auditory hallucinations is when you hear a voice that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voices will often, when you have a person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on them. I had asked Carly several different times whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively each time. So I was surprised to see that she had told the Vital Core clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
And based on the records you reviewed, when did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly?
So Carly reported these command auditory hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is that Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was continued on Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report auditory hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that, she said, the hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So on March 28th, she reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams. And the Lexapro was stopped. So those two medication changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
What dosage, was her dosage of Abilify raised at any point again?
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify, and that's what the records would reflect starting in July.
And what stood out to you about that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. Can be a very potent medication, can be very sedating. And typically what I see with adolescents, especially those that have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, that she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose unless they've either have really significant behavioral problems, have been on a lot of antipsychotics before, or they have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia.
Okay. And what is the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used to help with kind of emotional overload. It's used to help, it's a mood stabilizer. But 10 to 15 milligrams a day is kind of the typical upper limit.
What, if any, issues, when you spoke with Mr. Smiley, what, if any, issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues?
Can I apologize for just one? I actually had not finished answering your last
I'm sorry,
question.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. If I may, you had asked me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking. And so what I took from that is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations. I thought, I have to think, is she malingering here, right? Isn't this convenient that she's coming up with this story now after she's been arrested, right? That's like probably the central question. I would think if she was malingering, she'd be leading with this. The voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down with me. So the fact that she had it and now was saying no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for some secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who's, let's say, has an opioid addiction might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to they'll make it up in order to get opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault, right? Obviously, she has a lot of incentive. And so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it?
And
I'm still giving a long-winded answer to your
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
question. So her being on Abilify, I think is very important. And the fact that Carly reports, and she's been very consistent about this, once she got on Abilify and once the Lexapro was stopped, she's felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying, this works for me. So I think that's striking. The auditory hallucinations, or the disappearing auditory hallucinations, are striking. And then the third thing is, Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful. From April through May and then June. And then since July or August, her mood was much better. She still, I think, misses her mother tremendously, she said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually, preparing for this yesterday, and I was reading this, and I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression. A pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder has mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of agitation, it's followed by a crash. That they will frequently, for some people really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at this, looking at how awful Carly felt for those 2 or probably 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that, to me, that's very consistent with the pattern of, again, bipolar depression, depression that comes in after having had a manic or a hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been, having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think that's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time, and then how much better she felt relatively quickly by the end of the summer, where she's still in the same circumstances as she was before. What I take from that is there's likely a biological component to that. I'm not saying she didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
Okay. And is Abilify the first time, based on your interview of Carly and the records you reviewed, that she was put on an antipsychotic medication?
Yes. And as I mentioned, Abilify can have significant mood stabilizing properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like Abilify are frequently used to help stabilize someone's mood.
And what, if any, other medications was Carly also on after she arrived to the Rankin County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived, and then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams, and then she was on the Lexapro 10 milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in both teenagers and adults.
Okay. And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities but real differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently one to the other, can have different side effects one to the other.
Okay. And before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
So there is something called personality traits. And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder, are conditions in psychiatry that are supposed to represent an enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like bred in the bone, right? For someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis, in a way that doesn't work for them or the people around them, they can be given the diagnosis of a personality disorder. For people that want to kind of point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as, say, a personality disorder, they can talk about personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so, in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe 2 things. One is, they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice, and it can be really stigmatizing. I mean, if you say, and what are you going to say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview with them, but it's about how they are over time in many different settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
Okay. And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you observe in Carly?
So I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. I mean, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of kind of adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology of callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to become have serious problems with the law, individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel, and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observations of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would, no.
And so, what, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So, Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse. That she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house. She'd smoked some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled, she was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike anything she'd had before, and that after about 20 minutes it passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
And how can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used antidepressant could have such an impact on Carly's symptoms so quickly?
So the SSRI medications are widely used, generally considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and most adolescents do just fine with them. They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they do. But there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality. Right, so there's a small number of individuals, it's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They had not been suicidal before, they're given a medication like Prozac, and all of a sudden they get suicidal. So the Food and Drug Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's a thick, heavy black box that says warning. you need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say, in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop it immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may,
Yes.
for an individual, as I testified to earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is going to make them worse, going to make their mood swings worse. It's going to aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes. And I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. Sometimes it can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had woken up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class at the first time that had happened. That she went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. And so that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day, and that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they drove home as usual, that when they got home, Carly went to the backyard to let the dogs out, and that her memory went blank at that point. And that her memory came back as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
Now, Dr. Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything, stood out to you about that?
I think the only thing that stood out was that it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall what her response was?
I actually didn't hear that particular response.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. She missed her mother very much, and that she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly, and the family members that you spoke to?
Yeah, so I think I have maybe four. So just to say, number one, her mood disorder. right? So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, and it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia, spectrum, and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, oh, you're better than that guy. I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than oh, you're better than that guy. I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory hallucinations shortly after she was arrested. So I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. So I'm not even sure that we've talked about. All to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of what I would call psychosis. I think that I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say, I think with some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
Okay. And is it fair to say that transitioning off of Zoloft could have contributed to the worsening of the symptoms Carly was experiencing?
I don't think so. The reason I say that is that typically when people stop a medication like Zoloft abruptly, and she wasn't on a very big dose, what they can experience are these withdrawal effects that are almost a flu-like illness, headache, achiness, brain zaps, but it doesn't typically worsen a mood disorder, for example, or worsen a thought disorder. So I don't think coming off the Zoloft likely had much of an impact one way or the other. Carly told me that she did not experience withdrawal symptoms in coming off.
Okay. And what, if any, diagnosis did you associate to Carly in the form of dissociation?
So what I understood was that Carly had this really kind of low-grade dissociative experiences for a number of years where she felt distant from, the world was dreamy, a sort of sense of unreality that had been persistent, but hadn't necessarily been a significant problem, but enough to, I think, give her the diagnosis. So I think it was other specified dissociative disorder. She didn't meet criteria, kind of the full criteria for major league dissociative disorder, but I think it had been there.
And does a person are they always aware of when they're dissociating?
No. I mean, some people are, and at other times people dissociate and just, for example, lose track of time. Like 10 minutes will have gone by, and all of a sudden they'll just like, what have I been doing? So I think for many people with dissociative disorders, it's just confusing for them. They don't quite know what to make of it, but they know that somehow their life doesn't quite fit together very well.
And can you explain acute dissociative reaction to a stressful event?
So, yes. So what I think happened on March 19th is the following, that Carly was, at that point, really in a mental health crisis, that she was having significant mood swings made worse by the Lexapro, that the voices were getting more and more of a problem for her, that she had documented in a journal entry on March 12th that the voices were very problematic for her, that she was having these dissociative episodes, and that day in particular, she wasn't able to pay attention in school. I take that as a reflection of her worsening psychiatric state. So I really see her as having been in a psychiatric crisis. And then her mother finds out that she's been smoking marijuana. And for Carly, I think for any teenager, it can feel like the end of the world. I think for Carly in particular, she so cared about her mother's approval. She's so worried about her mother being worried about her, that for her, this was a crisis. And so an acute dissociative reaction is something that, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis that occurs when an individual is triggered by some significant stress and they dissociate, meaning that they go off in some way, they're not fully there, even though they might on the surface act like they're kind of there, and they often suffer a period of amnesia throughout this period of time. The amnesia can last from a few hours to a few days, and then they will kind of come to.
So can a person be experiencing this state but still seem functional to others?
Yes, they can. And I think about, for example, people who have these dissociative fugues where they travel, and people don't. I mean, they manage to travel. They manage to get themselves across the country or whatever it is, but they don't necessarily look as if they're terribly impaired.
Okay. And can a person be in a dissociative state and say, send a text message?
Yes.
Can they call a friend?
Yes.
Can they go to school and sit at their desk?
Yes.
And how long do these dissociative states typically last?
I don't think there's a typical to it. Dissociative states can be very brief, or they can be quite prolonged. You know, I mean, it can be 2 minutes, or it could be hours, or it could be days, or it could be years.
And what, if any, association is there between acute dissociative reactions to stressful events and violence?
So, many people that engage in violent acts report that they were dissociating at the time and have no recollection of it. It's actually fairly common. And one of the hard questions is, how many of these people are really dissociating, and how many are just saying it because it helps them to escape blame, or how many just can't stand to think about what awful thing they just did. So that's the hard question. But the answer is that it's not at all uncommon. It is known that people do this, that people engage in violence while in a dissociative state. And there's certain characteristics that are thought to be more likely to make this the real deal dissociation rather than malingering. And those characteristics include a past history of dissociation, a sudden stress, sudden significant stress, often a close relationship with the individual whom you are violent, toward whom you are violent, strong emotional reaction, and no prior planning, no prior threats, and the absence of history of, I guess, criminal or antisocial behavior. So those things are all thought to be consistent with or suggestive of a real dissociative reaction rather than someone just making it up.
And how closely does Carly fit into those risk factors?
I think Carly really fits all of them. The one caveat, I guess, the one thing I'd say is one other risk factor. Or people that engage in dissociation where it's thought to be the real deal, it's said to be more likely to have patchy amnesia, where they remember some things, not remember other things. And for Carly, it seems more like a total amnesia. So that's the one thing that doesn't fit, but the other factors all tend to fit.
And what is your process for arriving at your opinions?
So my process is to try to gather as much information as I can in as neutral and objective way as possible without coming to any conclusions. So I just want to take the information in. I do my interviews, I ask the questions, I look at the records, I try to get as much as I can, and then I sort of sit down, and it's almost as if I have the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, right? I got the pieces in place, and then what I try to do is come up with a hypothesis that fits the pieces. And what I try to do is look at alternative hypotheses. Like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Let's look at what fits the information that I have.
What, if any, other hypothesis did you rule out?
So I think two other ones that I ruled out in particular. One is that Carly may have just panicked, right? That she's emotionally fragile. This is a big deal that her mother finding out, that in the moment, and she's a teenager, right? In the moment, she just panicked and did something heedless. The problem I have with that, one problem is, when I saw the video of the kitchen at 4:10 in the afternoon, you hear the shot, she comes in, she looks to me to be cool and collected and unemotional. I would have expected, had she panicked, that she would be quite agitated and emotionally aroused. I didn't see that at all. And then I see her engaged in this plan to shoot her stepfather, which makes no sense to me. If she had panicked and done this with her mother, why in the world, even that is, somewhat incomprehensible. But why in the world would she then plan an hour later to shoot her stepfather? That makes no sense to me. Why would she invite friends over to the house? So to me, her emotional flatness in particular, and the sort of the continuation of the plan, just didn't make any sense. The other hypothesis that I considered is that she's callous, right? That for some reason she had it in for her mother and thought her mother deserved it, right? She just decided she was going to do this. The problem I have with that is that so much of what she did seems senseless. That both, like taking down the video camera and putting it in the refrigerator makes no sense to me. That planning to shoot her father, her stepfather, makes no sense. That having friends come over makes no sense. So to me, and that goes against everything that I know about who Carly is, right? There's nothing in her past history that would indicate that she has the capability of doing something like that in such a callous way. So those are the two other hypotheses. And so I put this together, acknowledging that it's not perfect, right? It's a hard situation, and not everything lines up. But I'll say that the whole situation is sort of perplexing and difficult. For me, this is the hypothesis that best fits the information that I have. And I think Carly has a much more severe psychiatric illness than anybody realized, and that she was able to acknowledge, or even that she's able to acknowledge today. And that combined with her history of dissociation sort of created this terrible situation.
And Dr. Clark, based on your interviews and evaluation of Carly, your review of her medical and school records, your conversations with her that you've heard from friends in the courtroom, and also seeing her right after she'd been picked up by law enforcement on March 19th, and in her conversations with her stepfather, and you've already stated that Carly's a very intelligent child. How do you make sense of someone with Carly's intelligence, if she had planned to do this, not taking the video camera down early on before texting her stepfather or engaging in any other activities?
So I will say, I don't make too much of Carly's intelligence. I think she's bright, but she's also a teenager. But it seemed, I think it's pretty clear, this is not some well planned out scheme that she had put together. Nothing about this looks like a well planned out scheme.
And what is Carly's understanding of what she had done?
I think Carly's understanding is that she doesn't remember, but she thinks that she must have done it. I think that's her understanding. I don't think she has any more insight than that.
And you know, on one hand, Carly appeared calm and cheerful with the dogs when she got home, and then kind of engaged in this senseless plan and hid the video camera in the refrigerator. Does that fit a psychopathic model?
So I guess that psychopaths, if we'll use that phrase, are capable of having a really poorly thought out plan. For me, what doesn't fit the psychopathic model is what we know about her emotional and psychological. What we know about her emotionally and psychologically. We know that she cared for her mother. We know that she cared for her stepfather. We know that she cared for her friends. We know that she wanted to do well. We know that she had not engaged in criminal behavior of really insignificant sort. That's what doesn't fit the psychopathic model.
And Dr. Clark, are you aware of, based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, do you believe that Carly was able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
And based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe she understood the nature and quality of this act on March 19th at that time?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Okay. I have no further, we tender the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take our afternoon break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. All right, record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Todd, I was not cutting you off. I want to make that clear. Are you sure you rested with this witness?
Yes.
We actually, the witness did.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I apologize. I had a juror signaling me pretty heavily he needed to go to the restroom. So I was just trying to make that happen. Dr. Clark, you're going to be free to move about. You can go to the restroom. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. It is 2:30. We will be in recess till at least 2:45.
Clark's testimony was strictly from the record because he never rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. He never stated those words in his direct exam. He was never asked if his opinion was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And so the state would make that motion at this time. The state's also in a predicament at this point because if we ask any questions this time, Your Honor, then obviously they're going to be allowed to come back and and redirecting them. So at this point, pursuant to Catchings versus State and many other cases in Mississippi, we would make a motion to exclude and stricken Dr. Clark's testimony from the record at this point because none of his opinions were rendered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Response. Does anybody have a copy of Catchings for me?
No, sir, Your Honor, I don't have a copy of it.
Do you have a site?
Yes, sir. One second.
I apologize.
It's 684 Southern 2nd, 591, Your Honor.
Any further argument in the way of the motion?
Your Honor, the only thing he gave an opinion to was to best hypothesis, and I would also state that ask Ms. Eaton to just search certain terms during the break and such as reasonable medical certainty, and there are no references to that in the record.
Response. In particular, it's at note 5, correct? Is that what you were looking at?
I think so, Your Honor.
Is it the 111 Southern 3rd catch?
No, 684 Southern 2nd, 591.
Your Honor, may the defense have a short break to read this case as it's not been provided to us?
Sure.
Your Honor, the case that they cited specifically states that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty is a useful shorthand expression that is helpful in forestalling challenges to the admissibility of expert testimony. Care must be taken, however, to see that the incantation does not become a semantic trap and the failure to voice it is not used as a basis for the exclusion without analysis of the testimony itself.
Any further argument?
We would argue that based on the case they cited yourself, Your Honor, that their motion must be denied because the basis of the medical testimony itself went to the certainty that he went through in making his hypothesis, what he ruled out, his method of evaluation, how he comes to his conclusions. We went over who he talked to, what he reviewed, and at this point in time, Your Honor, that in and of itself, that statement is just being used as an incantation to exclude.
Reply.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. To my recollection, Dr. Clark simply testified that his best hypothesis was basically the opinion that he stated. While the state admits that the case states that you don't have to use the specific terms to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have to render an opinion somewhat in that line. And he hasn't stated that his opinion to any reasonable degree of medical certainty at all using any kind of terms. He just simply talked about his training and education that he used in arriving at his conclusion. Not that his conclusion itself was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or anything even close to that. And so, Your Honor, as we argued yesterday, and as the court, deliberated back and forth with itself yesterday over whether or not to allow this testimony in, this is the exact type of diminished capacity testimony that we were bringing up yesterday, and now it's here and the jury's heard it, and the state would argue that it doesn't meet the standard under Rule 702, 703, or under the case law of the state.
All right. This is going to be the court's ruling. In this state, we have a long tortured history with procedure. It seems that procedure changes from case to case based on who the parties are, what type of case it is. And every time a case gets reversed for exclusion, it comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards the defendant being allowed to put forth the theory of their defense. As a practical matter, this trial judge, maybe wrongly, believes that we can't unring the bell. I think the jury's already heard the evidence. I think even though they could say that they'd put it aside, we would presume that to be true. However, although very imperfectly stated, he did, at the very end, give an opinion in line with McNulton. He, of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude. Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude. All right. Anything further from the state? Bring them in. All right, before we get started, I apologize. I did have a juror reach out like, hey, I need to use the restroom, and ma'am, wait a few minutes. I apologize. I try to take breaks at logical places so y'all can hear all the evidence in blocks. If it becomes a dire emergency, you give me, I don't know, maybe the universal hand signal. Yeah. You feel free to extend the middle finger or something when I say, can you wait 5 minutes, all right? If it's an emergency, it's an emergency, okay? But I do my best to take the breaks where they logically fall. But I do want y'all to know, if you have an emergency, let me know, okay? Let me know. All right, with that being said, cross-examination.
All right. Good afternoon again, Dr. Clark. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Well, thank you.
As you can imagine, I have a few questions for you. Couldn't let you get out of Mississippi without asking you a few. So you talked a lot about your opinion that you rendered in this case with Ms. Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I just want to ask you a few questions about that opinion. So, as I understand it, you stated that you were retained towards the end of August. Is that correct?
In the middle of August, I believe, was my first phone call with Attorney Camp.
Okay. Does it sound about right that you were retained around August 24th?
It's quite possible, yes.
Okay. And then 5 days later, on August 29th, you evaluated, you flew down here and you evaluated Ms. Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then 4 days later, on September 3rd, you rendered what was ultimately your report in this case, right? Your opinion.
Correct.
All right. And Doctor, whenever you're retained on a case, and how many times did you say you testified as an expert witness?
I think I said over 150.
Okay. So, but you said this is the first time that you've testified in Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
All right. Whenever you're retained on a case, what do you do to familiarize yourself with what the standard is that you're going to be testifying about in whatever state it is you're retained?
What I usually do is, do an internet search and try to find either the statute or the case law or whatever is relevant.
Right.
And I'll also talk to the attorney about what they feel the legal requirements are.
Did you have a conversation like that with Mr. Camp?
I did.
Okay. Did he provide you with what the legal standard was in Mississippi?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I believe that whenever we talked the other day, you told me that you looked up the statute in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you I was wrong, but I told you that, yes.
Okay. Okay. Because in fact, there's no statute, is there?
I don't believe there is. So I looked up the standard, but they're not the statute.
Right. Right. Now, you've obviously talked about it. You evaluated Carly back here, right?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that evaluation take?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And you stated that Ms. Todd was present during that evaluation, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's the same Ms. Todd that's present with Ms. Gregg here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the only time you've evaluated Carly ever?
Yes.
All right. You never treated Carly before August 29th of 2024?
No.
All right. You've never reviewed any of her records until presumably you received them sometime after August 24th, correct?
I think that's correct. The records, I may have gotten records a few days before then,
Okay.
but that's generally correct, yes.
All right. Dr. Clark, whenever you evaluated the defendant, Ms. Gregg here, did she know who she was herself?
Yes.
All right. Did she appear to be dissociating the day that you evaluated her?
She didn't appear that way. She reported that she was to some extent, but not that I could tell.
Okay. So what exactly did she report, or who did she report to that she was dissociating that day?
Well, she told me that in a somewhat chronic way, she'd been feeling this sense of being separate from the world, and that things were sort of dreamlike still. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened when she was having evaluations or when she would go to court, more than other times.
But the fact that she was dissociating based off her own terms, whenever you evaluated her, that didn't affect your opinion as to the things she told you, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she know at the time that you evaluated her why she was there being evaluated?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did she know why or in what role that you were there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
I did. I explained who I was at the outset.
And you actually told her that you're there, and I believe in your report it states that you're actually there on behalf of her attorneys, correct?
Correct.
The attorneys who are representing her in her murder trial, right?
Well, I told her that I was there. I'd been retained by the attorneys to do an evaluation that the attorneys might choose to use, and they might choose to have me testify as well.
Right. You also stated that you conducted a Zoom interview with Ms. Gregg's stepdad, Mr. Heath Smiley, on August 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that lasted about 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
But neither the evaluation that you conducted with Ms. Gregg nor the evaluation for 90 minutes that you conducted with Mr. Smiley, you didn't video record or any other way record those, did you?
Well, I only took notes, but I did not record them in any other way.
Okay. Did you ever provide those notes to Mr. Camp or Ms. Todd?
I have not provided them, nor I have not been asked for them, nor have I provided them.
Great, thank you. So in forming your opinion in this case, you relied basically on your memory from when you evaluated Ms. Gregg along with the notes that you took as it relates to the evaluation, right?
Yes,
And then the other documents and things that you looked at as well, that you've already testified about.
that's correct, yes.
You talk about in your report some of the documents and things that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I see some counseling records from when Carly was younger. Did you review those?
I did.
All right. I see some what appear to be, I guess, medical records from, I guess, her pediatrician. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then you go on down there and you say that you review some home videos. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's number 9 on your report. Which videos did you review?
There were 2 videos that I reviewed. One was a video from the kitchen around 4:10 p.m. on Tuesday, March 19th.
Okay.
And the second was a video that was taken, I believe, from the garage that occurred at the time of the shooting of Mr. Heath Smiley.
Were you provided or did you review the videos from when Miss Gregg and Miss Smiley came home from school? Was that depicted on the videos that you watched?
It was not depicted on the videos that I watched. I'm not sure whether it may have been provided to me, but I did not see it.
Okay. So was the only video that you saw from inside the house the video where you can actually hear the shooting?
Yes.
And then how long after that in the video sequence did you watch?
I watched for several minutes before then and for several minutes after then. But to my best of my estimate, it was no more than 20 minutes total and probably somewhat less.
Okay. And then you also mentioned some sheriff office reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you say that you reviewed some police reports regarding texts sent by Carly on 3/19/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever actually see the actual text messages, the printout of the text, or were you just relying on the police officer's reports?
I never actually saw the printout of the texts.
Okay.
So I had to rely on just the police officer's report.
Okay. And would it be helpful in rendering opinion to have the actual text where you can look at kind of the context and how they were texting back and forth? Would that be helpful?
I think it likely would have been helpful, yes.
Okay. And these friends that it's talking about that Miss Gregg was texting back and forth with, did you reach out to any of these friends to interview them?
I did interview one of them, yes.
Okay, and who was that?
That was a juvenile called BG.
Okay, all right. And what did your interview? Did you rely on that interview with BG?
No,
Okay. Did you actually talk to BG?
I did.
You did. Okay. What did BG tell you?
What BG told me was that he was good friends with Carly, that they had been friends for at least a few years, that that she was very bright and that she tended to hang out with the academically successful kids, and he wasn't necessarily one of those. He told me that she was outgoing and bubbly and friendly, and had good energy. He told me that somewhere around February of this year that they began to text or communicate somewhat less with one another. He wasn't quite sure why. He told me that he became aware around early March that she was smoking marijuana, and that he was concerned about it and talked to her about it. And he told me that he had decided to tell Carly's mother about that, and in fact did so on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19th.
Right. Did he also tell you that Miss Gregg reached out to him and asked him to come over after she shot and killed her mom?
He did. He told me that she had FaceTimed him and that she had asked him to come over, and that he asked for the address, and that he was actually heading over, but I think at that point it was too late.
Okay. Did he say anything about whether or not Carly told him why she was asking him to come over?
He did not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Carly knew and recognized him at the time, correct?
I think it's a reasonable supposition, yes.
And she reached out to him between whenever she shot and killed her mom and whenever she shot her dad, correct, or her stepdad?
I believe so, yes.
In your report, Dr. Clark, you talk about present circumstances. Do you recall that? I think it's down at the bottom of page 2. Do you recall writing that section in your report?
I do.
All right. And in there, what are you talking about present circumstances? Is that like as we sit here today?
I was talking about how Carly was doing, how she reported how she was doing at the time of my interview with her on August 29th.
Right. And you state that she chooses not to meet with mental health, both because it requires submitting a request and because she does not find it helpful, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she told you?
Yes.
All right. You go on down there, let's see here. You go on to say in the beginning of the next paragraph that she's cried a lot as the reality began to sink in. Do you say that? Do you see where she told you that?
I do.
All right. And the reality that she's talking about is the fact that she killed her mom, correct?
I think it's probably, that's certainly a piece of, well, no, actually, I take it, no, I don't know that that's correct. I think that the reality, that my understanding that she was referring to was that her mother was dead and that she was incarcerated.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent she believed or knew that she had actually killed her mother and to what extent that meant something to her. I just don't know because she didn't say that.
Right. And you talked about it on your direct with Ms. Todd, and you sat in here with Deputy Shack this morning and you watched the video, correct?
Correct.
And you heard her say whenever they asked her which hand did she shoot with, and she identified her right hand, correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I testified with Attorney Todd. I didn't actually catch that one piece.
That is what you said on direct. And you also heard Deputy Shack say that she was asking about her stepdad, correct?
Correct.
And that she apologized to Deputy Shack. She said, "I'm sorry," right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that you don't think that she knows that she killed her mom.
Do you mean at that point in time, or do you mean right now, as we sit here today?
Well, at that point in time, do you think she knew she killed her mom?
I think that I don't know what she knew at that point in time.
And that's because we can't get inside people's head, correct?
I do my best, but
Right, I understand. But in general, we can't get inside someone's head and see exactly what they're thinking, can we?
no.
We can only look at what they tell us. Is that right?
Not only that, other things as well.
Their actions.
Their actions, their demeanor, their mannerisms, what other people tell us, the records that we can review. Sometimes we can do brain scans and psychological testing, not in this case, but we don't know for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, you go on in your report and you talk about early history. And I assume that you're talking about prior to age 9, because then you have a separate section where you're talking about ages 9 to 14, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And down at the bottom of page 3, I think it's the next to the last paragraph down there, you state in general, and again, this was prior to age 9, according to what you just said. In general, she did not. She was going to therapy at a young age, correct?
Correct.
All right. But in general, she did not find it helpful. Again, we see that, so that's kind of been a common theme, right? She didn't find therapy helpful back here, and she didn't find it helpful whenever she was younger, correct?
Correct.
All right. She didn't like or trust some of the therapists, and she found that some seemed to be simply trying to get information to be used against her father. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
And you mentioned her father a couple times earlier, and you said that maybe you reviewed some records or something that he had bipolar. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Gregg?
I did not.
Okay, you never talked to Mr. Gregg.
No.
So other than a couple pages off of a medical record, did you ever see any medical record where he was diagnosed with bipolar?
I did.
You did?
I saw Dr. Hardy's record,
Right.
I think on 2 occasions where he was diagnosed and treated for bipolar disorder.
And you're aware that was just, he was sent there due to some court order or something in their chancery case?
I'm actually not sure why he was there.
Okay. And then if you turn the page in your report over there to the top of page 4, and we're still talking about prior to age 9, in the first full paragraph, about midway down, she said, Carly said she tried to act happy in front of others, although she was aware that she was putting on a show. And you talked about that earlier, isn't that correct?
I did.
That she's good at putting on a show.
Yes, she's good at putting a good face forward in spite of whatever difficulties she may be having.
Right. And I just want to be clear, Doctor. So, kind of, we'll jump forward just a little bit, just to, as we talk about this, we kind of have a mutual understanding. So, your opinion ultimately is that from the time that she got home and she took out the dogs, that she blacked out at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she doesn't come to until the police pick her up, correct?
Correct.
But she remembers everything else that day.
Yes.
She remembers waking up and being irritable that morning.
Yes.
But that one hour or so period, an hour and a half period, that's the period that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
And depending on which side you sit over here, that could be fairly convenient, right?
Yes. Yes, it certainly could.
Seems like a convenient time period, doesn't it?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about accurate information. Is it important in your evaluation to receive accurate information?
Yes.
All right. Is it important to receive complete information?
As much as possible. Yes. It's never completely complete, but yes.
Right. And I believe you stated that all of the documents that you received in this trial, or in this case, that you only received those documents from Mr. Camp or someone on the defense side. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So the only documents that you were able to review were the documents that they sent you?
Correct. No one else sent me documents.
Right. And then your other, the other things that you relied on was your interview with Miss Gregg, correct?
Yes.
And your interview with her stepdad, correct?
Yes. And as I testified, my training, education, experience, and
I got you.
knowledge of the literature.
If you don't have proper facts, can you render a proper opinion?
No.
Isn't it true that, and you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, isn't it true that someone can fake a mental illness or insanity?
Yes.
Is it true that someone in Carly's position who's been charged with a crime such as murder might have a motive to try to fake insanity or a mental illness?
Yes.
So I want to keep moving forward in your report a little bit, where the next section you go down to ages 9 through 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're talking age 9 until the age up until when this event happened earlier this year in March, correct?
Actually, there's a subsequent section that starts January of 2024.
Gotcha.
So I'm talking about age 9 up through December of 2023.
Gotcha, thank you. And the top of page 5 there, you talk about that there were 2 incidents of Carly getting in trouble prior to January of 2024. And you mentioned that one time is when she snuck out of the house, and another time is whenever she shared some test answers with the entire class. So those the 2 incidents that you were aware of her getting in trouble.
Yes, I think I had already referred to the knife in school incident at some
Okay.
other point in time.
Okay. Do you know where that is in your report?
Oof. As I sit here, I don't know.
And I think actually, I don't have it right here in front of me either, but I think actually on direct exam with Ms. Todd, you stated that she told the school, well, first of all, did you review any records from the school?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so because I didn't see those listed here, but you say, you told Ms. Todd that she supposedly took that to school because a friend either asked her or told her to, correct?
That's what she had told me, yes.
Okay. I think in your report you actually say that it was left in some pants from hunting or something along those lines. Is that correct?
No.
That's not okay.
No.
All right. Do you again? We'll keep going through and we'll find it here in a second. All right. Are you aware that whenever she was confronted by the school for bringing the knife to school, she originally told them that she brought it because somebody asked her or told her to? Is that what she told you?
No. She told me that's the reason why she did not talk to me about what she had said originally to the school.
Okay. So she originally told the school that she brought it because somebody told her.
Question, Your Honor. May I approach?
Sure. If I'm not mistaken, I'm D15.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you. What bank statement number is it? Dr. Clark. Sorry about that. I handed you a document that's already been produced in evidence as D15, and I'll give you a second to read that if you would like.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, and when Carly was first asked, and this is by the assistant principal at Northwest Rankin Middle School, when she was first asked why she brought the knife to school.
Objection, Your Honor.
What basis?
Hearsay.
Whenever she first was asked why she brought the knife to school, Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, she said it was for her protection, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then she was talking about a high school student who was supposedly threatening her, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay. Then the last paragraph there says, meeting with Carly's mother occurred that day. She was notified she would have to follow protocol. Let's see. Matt Pressure.
Yes.
And that's the next bait stamp number document in that.
These both have bait stamps of 475.
Okay. And down there on the bottom of that 475, you see that indeed Carly changed her story, didn't she?
Yes.
And she stated that the first reason that she said for protection just seemed more logical, correct?
Correct.
Right. So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
And back in your report, we were talking about the two things, and you stated that she snuck out of the house and that she shared test answers. And then you said you'd already mentioned the knife, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you that she was operating on a burner phone, texting other people, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes. So in December of 2023, and then later in the winter of 2024, she told me she was using either an old iPad or a burner phone.
Right. Now, proceeding down in your report there, you talk about, you say that Carly was asked about her mood for the last 5 years, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's up from, when is that time period covering, that 5 years?
I think age 9 to 14.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. And you listed some stuff there that you said that she was doing that were kind of out of characteristics for Carly. You said that she got a piercing, she got a tattoo, correct?
Yes.
And that was also at school?
Yes.
But then in the bottom of that paragraph, you state that she told you she never became paranoid or lost touch with reality, correct?
Correct.
So at least until January of 2024, she had never lost touch with reality, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And if you continue coming down there in the next paragraph, you see where she talks about that she started or that she reported experiencing a voice in her head for as long as she can remember. Is that what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay. And she told you basically that it was simply telling her elitist things. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Stuff such as, you're better than them.
Correct.
But at that time, it was certainly not telling her any, I guess what you would call auditory or command hallucinations, correct?
Yes, I mean, it does qualify as an auditory hallucination,
Right.
but not a command hallucination.
Exactly. Thank you. So, and the first time that she ever reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail back here, correct? Or after she had been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But she certainly never reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare providers that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smiley, Ashley, her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yes, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right.
Yes.
Doctor, you also talk about at the top of page 6 in your report, it says that, and again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14, so up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this is just based off of what she told you.
That is based on what she told me, yes.
After she's been charged with murder, correct?
Yes.
And that leads us up to the kind of subsections you have here where you talk about January to March of 2024, right?
Correct.
And that's kind of the time period that you focused on in your report, because that's whenever she begins getting prescribed Zoloft, correct?
Correct.
And she's going to see some different therapists and things like that, or going to see a therapist.
Correct.
And you talk about the fact that Carly's mom found out that she had a burner phone or an iPod Touch, right?
Yes.
And you put in there that her mom accused her of living a double life, in quotes. And I assume that that's in quotes because I assume that's what Ms. Gregg told you, was that that her mom thought she was living a double life, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Ms. Gregg thought it was necessary, or Ms. Smiley thought it was necessary to get Carly into therapy and to get her some kind of medical treatment, right?
I mean, I think fair to say that she thought it was a good idea and
Right.
called for.
And there at the bottom of your report, you say that Carly liked her therapist a lot and found it helpful to speak with her. She reported that she was forthcoming with the clinicians who prescribed the medication, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Carly told you,
It is.
that she was forthcoming, told them everything, right?
Yep.
Did you review the notes from Carly's therapist, Ms. Rebecca Kirk?
I did.
All right, is that Magnolia Counseling?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that not one single time in her therapy notes with Ms. Kirk does she ever report to Ms. Kirk that she dissociated or heard any voices, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, she answered a questionnaire from Ms. Kirk's office where she stated she did not hear voices, right?
I actually think the questionnaire was from Precise Clinical.
You're right.
But indeed she answered that she did not hear voices.
Right. And that was a document that we looked at earlier, D19, with Ms. Todd. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she had you go through and do you still have that document in front of you?
Well, I'm actually not sure. I think I have it here. Yes.
And she had you read through several questions. If you'll turn to page stamp 763, question number 21 states that, have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And Carly states no. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And this is the therapist that she was seeing up until actually the day before March 19th, right?
This is the nurse practitioner.
You're right. You're right.
That she had seen, I think, 1 week before the incident.
Yes, but even the day before, whenever she saw her therapist, Miss Kirk, she didn't report to her that she was hearing any voices, did she?
She did not.
Right. And I want to talk to you about, you talked about the event that happened on Sunday, March 17th, so basically 2 days before, right?
Yes.
And let's see, I think that is at the top of page 8 of your report, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you also talked about a journal entry that Carly wrote, is that correct?
Yes.
And she said some things in there about either feeling like she was schizophrenic or something along that line, right?
So there had been that journal entry from, I think, April of 2023.
Okay.
But I had also talked about a journal entry that she had made on March 12th, 2024.
Okay. That was on March 12th?
She made a journal entry that day, yes.
Okay. And then you talk about an event that she had at the top of your report on the Sunday before, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the one where she says she actually smoked some marijuana and then she had this event, right?
Yes.
So she would do she voluntarily intoxicated, right?
She was.
Right. Because she smoked the marijuana.
Yes.
Do you know whether recreational marijuana is legal in Mississippi or not?
I actually don't know.
Okay. We just got medical marijuana last year, so it's not.
Objection, or move to strike.
Actually, sustained. Sustained.
And she states that that she felt in a way that she had never felt before in that event on March 17th, right?
Yes.
And that was after she smoked marijuana.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, Doctor, so we've talked about nurse practitioner, well, we might not have, but we've talked about precise neuroscience, right?
Yes.
And that's the nurse practitioner that she was going to see.
Correct.
And that her name is Miss Olivia Lieber, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then we've got her therapist over here. So she went to see nurse practitioner Lieber, and then nurse practitioner Lieber referred her to therapy, and that's Miss Rebecca Kirk, right?
Correct.
And she stated she liked Miss Kirk.
Yes.
All right, and she was forthcoming with her.
Yes.
And then you agree with me that she never told either Miss Kirk or nurse practitioner Lieber that she ever heard any voices.
I would agree with that, yes.
All right, and from January the 22nd of 2004 all the way up until the day before this event happened, she was seeing Miss Kirk basically every week, right?
Yes.
And sometimes twice a week.
Yes, I think that's right.
Right, and she never said anything to her about voices.
Correct.
She never said anything to her about dissociating.
Correct.
Did she ever say anything to nurse practitioner Lieber about that she was zoning out?
I don't believe so, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, who did you get that information from that she was zoning out, or that she had ever told anyone she was zoning out? Where did that come from in your report? Did Mr. Smiley tell you that she would zone out from time to time?
Mr. Smiley did tell me that, yes.
All right, her stepdad, correct?
Her stepdad, yes.
On page 7 of your report, you talk about that the primary source of Carly's anxiety was her will to want to please her mother, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
So her main source of anxiety is basically an overprotecting mother who wants her to do well, right?
I'm not sure I'd say overprotective, although I think Carly probably would.
Right.
In fact,
And Carly's obviously worried about pleasing her.
yes.
And specifically, what was Carly worried about? Her mom finding out.
I think that it was important for Carly that she do well in school, that she really excel, because she thought her mother would be proud of her for that. And then later, of course, and then she was cutting, as I understand it, for about 2 years before the incident. So I'm sure that I think it's reasonable to think that she was worried that her mother would find out about the cutting. She was using this iPod Touch in the fall of 2023, and then later a burner phone in 2024. And then, of course, she was smoking marijuana in March and February of 2024. So those were all things that she would reasonably have worried that her mother would find out about and be upset.
In other words, that Ashley was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
I wouldn't use that phrase. I know that Carly said that her mother had used that phrase. I wouldn't use it. I don't think that's an accurate portrayal.
Well, Carly was worried that she was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
No, Carly told me that her mother had used that phrase with her.
Right. And when did Carly say that she started smoking marijuana?
Carly told me, I think she told me around February of 2024.
And I think earlier you said maybe that that Carly had told you 2 to 3 times a week. I think in your report you say 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Oh, it's possible. I think I testified either 2 to 3, or I had also seen 3 to 4 somewhere in there.
And she did that all the way up until at least the day before this happened, correct?
Correct.
So all the way up until March 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Now, we've heard testimony about some of the medications that Carly was on, and I'm talking about specifically between January and March of 2024. Specifically, we've heard Lexapro and Zoloft, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any proof that Carly actually ever took those medications other than what Carly told you?
No.
Okay, so you don't know whether she actually took them or not, do you?
I don't know for sure. Of course, I don't know anything for sure.
Right.
But what I know is that the medications were filled, and Carly reported to me that she took them regularly, and I imagine she reported to the nurse practitioner that she was taking them.
Okay, and you have no proof that she actually took them as they were prescribed, right?
I have no absolute proof of that, or.
And in
anything.
fact, she didn't take them as prescribed, because whenever she was being weaned off of the Zoloft, she just said she quit cold turkey, as you testified earlier, right?
I did testify that she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th, rather than follow what was the recommendation of going down to 25 milligrams.
Right, but you said that she had no withdrawal symptoms from that, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Right. Now, again, when did Carly begin taking Lexapro?
She began taking Lexapro on March, it was prescribed on March 12th, 2024. It was picked up on March 12th, 2024. I don't know whether she took it that day or the following day.
Okay, and so your opinion is based off the fact that she either started taking the Lexapro on either March 12th or March 13th, right?
Yes, that's one of the bases of my opinion, yes.
Okay, but again, you don't know which day she started taking it on.
I don't.
All right, and hypothetically speaking, if she told someone that she did not start taking it until March 18th, would that affect your opinion here today?
Not substantially.
Okay. And you said that she was prescribed basically 5 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is for a pediatric patient, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of recommended dosages, but I'll say it's a low dose.
So the general dose is typically 10, is that right?
Typically 10.
Okay. And of course 5 would be half of that, right?
Yes.
But even still, after taking that, at least as of the day before, whenever Carly saw Miss Kirk, she didn't say anything about any voices that she was hearing, right? To therapist Kirk.
That's correct.
They weren't commanding her to do anything, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. She didn't tell Miss Kirk about it.
Right. She didn't tell Miss Kirk, and the first time she ever said anything to anybody about it was after she was already detained, correct?
Although we heard SK testify this morning that she had told her before the incident.
Okay, her friend that she still stays in contact with today, right?
SK is a friend that she still stays in contact with, yes.
Right. And I think in your report, as of 2 days before, that you say that that what she told you or the voices would simply just still tell her elitist things, right?
Yes.
And that's what she told you, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Isn't it a little bit inconsistent what she was telling her practitioners and her healthcare providers before she was arrested and then what she was told them after she was arrested? Isn't that inconsistent?
It is inconsistent.
Right.
Yes.
You go on to say that even after she started the Lexapro, that she did not demonstrate poor judgment or impulsivity, urges for suicide or aggression, and she was still able to focus on her schoolwork. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And supposedly this is the week leading up to March 19th, 2024, right?
Correct.
And all that, you're assuming that she took the medication as it was prescribed.
Yes.
But you can't confirm that, correct?
I can't prove it.
And I think you actually asked Carly about whether she took the medication as prescribed, right?
I did.
And she told you that she was generally adherent, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I used that. I think even more strongly than that. Carly told me, as I recall, that she was quite adherent with medication. But I could be wrong. Page 10, third line down, I did say, and I think she then told me that she was generally adherent with what was prescribed.
Thank you. All right. And again, as to page 8, looking at page 8 on your report, you're talking about the day of March 19th, right?
Yes.
All right. And you said she remembered waking up, correct? She told you she remembered waking up that day.
Yes.
And she said she was irritable. She didn't sleep much, right?
Correct.
And she remembers after school going to her mother's classroom, right?
Yes.
And she said that her mom actually was clearly upset, right?
Yes.
And at some point, Miss Smiley asked her if she was doing drugs, and she searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Miss Smiley asked her if she was lying or hiding anything, right?
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Carly told you that it seemed like that her mom had a sixth sense, right?
Yes.
But now we know that out of concern for their friend, some of her friends devised a plan to go talk to Miss Smiley and tell her basically that they were concerned for Carly because she was smoking weed and had a burner phone, right?
Correct.
And you said you watched the video from inside the house. And so whenever you see Miss Smiley and Carly get home, you can see Miss Smiley go directly to Carly's room and start searching. Is that right? Or, well, you don't see what she's doing, but you see her go directly into the direction of Carly's room.
I believe so, yes.
And then Carly kind of goes, listens to her mom to see what she's doing, and then Carly at some point takes the dogs out, right?
Yes.
And then that's whenever Carly supposedly blacks out.
Correct.
And then comes back to right whenever the deputy picks her up, correct?
That's what she reported, yes.
All right. And then I believe you say in your report there that she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
I don't know the answer. I know this is what she told me.
Right.
And what I took from that was that at that point she did have some awareness, because there's no particular connection, logical connection between coming out of a storm drain and then having actually done something wrong.
Right. And the officer, and you saw the video this morning, the officer, or you saw his testimony, and he stated that he asked her if she was the girl that shot or was involved in the incident, and she said yes, right?
Yes.
And she said because it seemed like it was the logical thing to do, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Which is the same thing that she told the people at the school whenever she brought the knife to school, right? That it seemed like the logical thing to do, or it seemed like the logical thing to say.
She did say that, yes.
Would it also be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, to the officer?
That could be logical as well.
Well, if he asks you if an officer stops you and asks you if you just shot someone and you have no recollection of it, wouldn't it be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about?
It would.
Not to say that yes, because I just thought it was logical, right?
Correct.
And you described Carly right after being arrested or detained. She stated that her mind was shut off, right?
Yes.
But she said she was aware of everything that was happening, correct?
She did, yes.
All right, and so that's after the officer picks her up.
Yes.
Now, you also talk about in your report after March 19th, you state that Carly reports hearing gunshots in her dreams and feels terrified and paranoid, correct?
Yes.
Did she say why she heard gunshots in her dream?
No.
That she just said she heard gunshots in her dream, right?
She said there were times that she has, I think she used the word nightmares, but that she heard gunshots and they were scary for her. No, actually, she did not use the word nightmares as I looked at my report, but she said in her dreams, and she felt terrified and paranoid.
And those are the gunshots that she remembers from when she killed her mom?
I think that's a reasonable presumption. She didn't say that specifically.
Right. But she supposedly doesn't remember killing her mom, right?
Correct.
Now I want to talk about, you talked about a couple of the, I guess, diagnoses or opinions that you rendered, and I think kind of one of the first ones where you talked about bipolar 2, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the DSM, correct? Remind us what that is.
The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, the DSM-5, which is the compilation of all the official psychiatric diagnoses.
And you're familiar with that document, obviously, because you've been doing it for a long time, right?
Yes.
All right. And so, and you talked about hypomania, right?
Yes.
And is bipolar and 2 and hypomania, are those terms kind of used interchangeably, or is one different from the other?
One is a little bit different. Bipolar 2 is the medical condition, or it's a psychiatric condition where a person has either depression or hypomania. So hypomania is a component of the bipolar 2 illness.
Right. And you, I believe you have diagnosed or evaluated, your opinion is that at some point during this time period between March 12th and March 19th that Carly was suffering from hypomania. Is that correct?
I think, I actually have not testified to that, but I think I would likely refer to it as a mixed state. Okay. You can have a mixture actually of elevated mood and depressed mood, and you can have mood swings that go on as well. I think of it sometimes as stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time, because it wasn't clear to me that Carly was purely hypomanic in that time.
Okay, and I'm just gonna read just here real briefly from the DSM as far as the criteria for bipolar 2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and the DSM states that a hypomanic episode is defined as a distinct period of persistently elevated or irritable mood with increased activity or energy lasting for at least 4 consecutive days. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in your evaluation, were you able to identify a consecutive 4-day period where Carly was in an elevated or irritable mood?
So Carly reported to me that she was in an elevated or irritable mood for up to 7 days at a time. I don't have the specific dates. I didn't ask her for it. I'm not sure she has it, but I don't have the specific dates on the calendar for it. Right. But that's what she reported. But that's what she reported to you. And was it in a persistently elevated mood, or was it up and down like you just testified? She reported persistently elevated mood. Looking back over the preceding 5 years, what she reported to me was that she had these periods, persistently elevated mood, where she was more active. Her thought, she was more irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some more impulsive things. She could be more tactless. She could be more rude. She was more restless. Right.
But at least as it relates to between January and whenever this event happened in March of 2024, certainly no healthcare provider diagnosed her with bipolar 2, correct?
That's correct.
And they were seeing her on a regular basis, correct?
They were, yes.
Her therapist sometimes as much as twice a week, right?
Yes.
And I believe she was seeing nurse practitioner Lieber at least once a month, right?
That's right.
She saw her in January, and then she saw her in February, and then she saw her in March, right?
Correct.
And none of those healthcare providers identified a consecutive 4-day period where she was in a hypomanic or elevated state, right?
They did not.
Okay. But after talking to Carly, now she's told you that she was in an elevated or hypomanic state, right?
Yes.
And that's 6 months after she's been charged with murder, right?
Yes.
All right. You talked about some of your, I guess, alternative hypothesis, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was that she just simply panicked, and out of fear, I guess, of her mom discovering her burner phone and her marijuana or her vapes, that she basically cold-blooded murdered her mom, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that phrase, cold
Well, she
blooded.
panicked and she killed her mom.
She panicked and she killed him. Yes, that was a hypothesis or possibility that I considered, yes.
Okay, so that's one thing that certainly could have happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And the second thing that you hypothesized was that she was simply a psychopath and callous and she killed her mom, right?
Yes.
All right. But they could certainly both apply to Miss Gregg, right? I know your opinion is that they don't, but they certainly could, right?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess your opinion here as we sit here today is that on March 19th, whenever Carly shot her mom, that she did not, in your word, appreciate the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched the videos from the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong whenever she hid the gun behind her back?
It's my opinion that in general at that period of time that she fundamentally didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong, although I will also acknowledge that she acted in ways like that would seem to indicate that she had some appreciation.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would just simply ask, is it your opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she hid the gun behind her back?
It is my opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time or at any point in time in that period. Okay.
And in that video, when she peeks around the kitchen wall after going to retrieve the gun, I assume it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time too, correct?
That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Whenever she removed the camera from the wall and hid it in the fridge, it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she called and texted multiple friends, but obviously knew that she couldn't tell them what was wrong over the phone, then I assume that you also don't believe she knew the difference between right and wrong at that time.
I don't know whether it was obvious that she felt like she could not tell them what she had done. I don't know why she didn't tell them.
Well, she certainly told them she couldn't tell them, didn't she?
I think that's right.
Right.
Yes.
And did you ever talk to or see any text messages from a gentleman named Thad Gilbert?
I don't remember. I've seen something about him, but as I sit here, I don't remember. I don't think I've seen those text messages.
Okay, so sitting here as an expert today, that you've been introduced as an expert and admitted as an expert. If she were to have testified, one of her friends, TG, and told him that she fucked up, excuse my language, but that's his words. If she told him that, then would it be your opinion that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong at that time?
It would.
All right. What if she told TG that he volunteered to call 911? She said, no, you can't do that. I assume she still didn't know the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yep. Yes.
When her friend BG that you talked to, or that you talked about earlier, whenever BG told her not to harm herself or anyone else, and she said it's too late, I assume didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she told her friend that she invited over, BW, that she put 3 in her mom and that her stepdad would be home shortly and she had 3 more to take care of him, still didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
And when she ran from the house, after it was all done, she didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
But I guess, in your opinion, a lot of it goes back to the switch in medication, correct?
I think that's only a piece of it. I think there's much more than that. I think the psychosis, I think the mood swings and mood disorder had been present before then. The psychosis was clearly getting worse by March 12th before the Lexapro was switched. The dissociation had been ongoing. So I think there was a lot else even before the Lexapro was begun, and then I think the Lexapro was made things worse.
Right. But to be clear, you cannot tie her actions, and I believe you stated in your report, you cannot tie her actions on March 19th to the switch in medication, correct?
I think the switch in medication had an impact. I think it clearly had an impact. I cannot say Lexapro made her do this.
Right. In fact, you state, in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precarious state, but there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication, correct?
That's correct.
So you cannot attribute, as you sit here, a direct causality between the Lexapro and what happened on March 19th, correct?
Well, I think there's some causality there. I think it made her mood problem worse. I think it made the situation worse. I cannot say that Lexapro made her do it.
Right, because you have inadequate information as you stated in your report, right?
Correct.
Of course, indulgence. I want to ask you just a second about dissociation, Dr. Clark. And I believe that you stated earlier that dissociation is typically more what you would see as a protective mechanism. Is that correct?
Well, that's one theory for how it begins. That when a person develops trauma, that they use it, they will dissociate as a way of protecting their sort of psychological well-being. That's one
Right.
theory.
And I've also prosecuted other type of crimes, and I know sometimes with like sex offenses that some of the victims will say that they felt like they kind of left their body and that they were maybe over their body like looking down on them. Is that correct? That'd be a type of dissociation.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you stated earlier that in that model that it's typically the victim who is having the dissociation, correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yes.
Right. Not the person who's offending, right?
Correct. Although there's also, I think, quite a bit written about people who are offending who also experience dissociation.
Right. And again, up until March 19th, no healthcare provider ever said anything about Carly dissociating, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you talked about some people having adverse, I guess, reactions to SSRIs, stuff like Lexapro, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said it was maybe only a very small percent, 1% to 2%, right?
Correct. In terms of the suicidal reaction, yes.
Right. And you said suicidal, but not homicidal, correct?
So I don't know what the data is on homicidal. I know that aggression and agitation are known side effects of these medications. They're listed in the package insert, but I don't know what the actual data would show. I'm not sure there is much in the way of data in that regard.
Right. And as it relates to the dissociation, you talked about one of the things I guess that typically you see is complete amnesia, right?
That's what people who write about it say, that you tend to see more. I'm sorry, what they say is you tend to see more patchy amnesia rather than complete amnesia in people for whom the dissociation is thought to be legitimate rather than malingering.
Okay. And as far as your theory goes about whether or not Carly was callous or anything whenever she did this, you said you don't believe, in your interactions with her, you don't believe her to be callous, right?
I think not just my interactions with her, but everything I know about her based on all the records and what I've heard from the friends and the family.
Right.
In general, so overall, I do not believe her to be callous.
And that's based off of your 4-hour evaluation and the documents that her defense team gave you, correct?
In my interview with Mr. Smiley.
Mr. Smiley, who's now supporting her, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean supporting her. There are various meanings of that, so I don't want to agree to something I don't really understand.
Okay. Court's indulgent. And obviously, we just talked a lot about different actions that that Carly took after she shot her mom, but before she shot Mr. Smiley. And I asked you whether or not it was your opinion that whether or not she knew right from wrong during that time period, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you stated that your opinion that despite all those actions, you do not believe she appreciated the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Correct.
Is there any type of medical literature or anything that you're relying on to form that opinion?
Well, there is. There's certainly literature on dissociation, literature on violence in dissociation. I believe that in my report I referenced certain articles. That is, bear with me one moment, on page 23 at the bottom of my report.
And in that literature, is it simply talking about dissociation, or is that the article, the one about dissociation that you're talking about?
Yes, the article is called Dissociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychiatry. So it's talking about dissociation in the context of people who commit crimes, such as murder.
Thank you. And you admitted earlier that some of those actions certainly looked like she knew the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
And you saw the video earlier, and where did you hear her ask about how's my stepdad in the video earlier with Deputy Shack?
I did.
Okay. Why would she ask how her stepdad is if she didn't know that she shot or did anything?
I think reasonable to conclude that she had some idea that she had done something or something had been done that might have imperiled her stepfather. So she clearly knew something at that point.
Right, but she knew something about when she was supposedly blacked out, correct?
Correct. And what I conclude from that is that the blackout was not complete, that there was some level of awareness that she had.
Right. And that's also clear because of all these actions she took to try to cover up her actions, right?
Well, I don't want to presume her motives in doing it, but there's clearly some level of awareness in much of what she was doing, yes.
Right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. But hold on, before you get into that, do you have any exhibits up there, Mr.
Yes,
Smith?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you mind turning those to the court reporter before you sit down? Take that too. Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
there's one page laying up here loose. I just
Okay.
want to make sure it's in those records.
Yes, sir.
And if that was your copy, that's fine. I just want to make sure that It's not missing.
16 right there. 475.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, while we're getting all our exhibits back together, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's go ahead and take a quick rest around, okay? Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits. Just a moment. Is it in evidence?
It's just, it's a copy.
Are we sure it's a copy?
I did have it.
No, I think Ms. Todd had some documents up here. I'm just trying to make sure nobody has my... Yeah, both y'all. I'm going to chastise both y'all. You take my... Once you put them in evidence, they belong to me. You don't return my exhibits, you go to jail. So do not walk away with my exhibits. All right.
That was mine.
You can have that one. All right, you're still under oath. You're still under oath. You're still testifying. Don't talk about your testimony with anybody, okay?
That's right.
All right, we'll take a brief recess. That'll give you all time to make sure I got all my exhibits. All right, we'll be in recess about 10, 15 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Be marked defendant's next in number for ID purposes.
Dr. Clark, did you come to your conclusions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I did.
Thank you. Dr. Clark, during your interview with Carly, who answered your questions?
Carly did.
Okay. And during your evaluation and interviews, who controls that?
I did.
And what would you do if you were having any issues with your evaluation?
I try to change the circumstances because having a accurate or appropriate evaluation is sort of critical to the work I was doing.
And how, based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to feel like they're in a surreal state, out-of-body experience when they are discussing traumatic events?
I'd say certainly not uncommon. I think many people that have had traumatic experiences do have the experience of feeling distant from it or feeling somewhat out of body.
Okay. And had you explained the term disassociating to Carly during your evaluation?
No.
And was Carly already on Abilify when you interviewed her?
She was.
How long had she been on Abilify when you interviewed her?
I saw her on August 29th, and she started on Abilify on March 28th, so that would make it 5 months.
And what dosage of Abilify was Carly on when you interviewed her?
I believe she was on 10 milligrams a day.
Okay. And do you recall how long she'd been on 10 milligrams a day by the time you interviewed her?
I believe her dose was increased from 7.5 milligrams to 10 milligrams in, I think, either June or July.
And did your conversation with BG change the opinion that you came to in your report?
No.
And you spoke with him after you produced your report?
Yes.
And did you hear SK testify this morning regarding her text messages to Carly?
Yes.
Did you hear SK this morning reading out her text messages with Carly from
Yeah.
March 19th?
Yes.
Did that change your opinion?
No.
Is it fair to say that if you find yourself suddenly crawling through a drainage ditch, you know something's wrong?
Sustained, just deleting.
Okay.
Rephrase.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation with Carly, did Carly seem aware of how she got to the drainage ditch?
No.
But that was the first thing she remembered after taking the dogs out.
Yes.
Did Carly seem to know that it wasn't right for her to be there?
Yes.
And Dr. Clark, you know, if Dr. Clark, if a child knows that law enforcement is looking for them, you know, what is the logical conclusion they are likely to come to?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, let me rephrase. It's a bad question. If a law enforcement officer, you know, has a child and is taking a child into custody and arresting that child, is it a logical conclusion for that child to come to that they're in trouble for something?
Yes.
And would it be logical for the child to come to that conclusion even if they didn't know what they did?
Objection, Your Honor, deleting.
Sustained, just deleting.
And would a child, or let me see this, and do you believe that a child who is being arrested, well, never mind, let's go. And during your evaluation and your review of records, do you recall reviewing some counseling records of Kevin Gregg's?
Yes.
And do you recall?
Well, I apologize. I recall reviewing a record from the psychiatrist,
Right.
Dr. Hardy, for Kevin Gregg.
Yes, and that's what I meant by medical record. And based on your review of that record, do you recall the medication Thorazine?
Yes.
And who had been prescribed that?
So Mr. Gregg had been prescribed, I believe I saw 3 medications listed: Thorazine, Risperdal, and Zyprexa.
Let's start with Thorazine. What kind of medication is Thorazine?
Thorazine is an antipsychotic medication and sometimes called the first generation antipsychotic. It's an older medication.
Okay. And what was the second medication you said you observed?
Risperdal.
And what type of medication is Risperdal?
Risperdal is also an antipsychotic medication and is considered as a second generation antipsychotic.
Okay. And what is the third medication that Mr. Gregg had been prescribed?
Zyprexa was the third medication, also a second generation antipsychotic.
And did you also observe in those records that Mr. Gregg had been hospitalized?
Yes.
And based on the medical records that you reviewed, from Precise Medical Records and Ms. Kirk's medical records, were those medical records received were they produced in response to subpoenas directly to the various medical providers?
I believe they all were, yes.
Okay. So it wasn't something that I drafted up or something that Mr. Camp drafted up and sent to you, correct?
To the best of my recollection, all of those documents came with subpoenas.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly when you said it was a nurse practitioner at Precise Medical Clinic that prescribed Carly her medication?
I believe that Ms. Lerber is in fact a nurse practitioner.
Okay,
I believe.
not a psychiatrist.
Not a psychiatrist.
Dr. Clark, does a person always know if they've lost time?
No.
Dr. Clark, can a person know they've lost time if they have no memory of it?
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's outside the schedule. Cross.
Court will overrule it. It was touched on about her alleged dissociation. I'll allow him to answer the question.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. Can a person always know that they've lost time if they have no memory of it?
No. I think some people are aware that something has happened, and some people aren't very aware at all.
Okay. And when you reviewed Rebecca Kirk's records, did you see information in there regarding that Ashley Smiley had also spoken with Ms. Kirk?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And and based on your evaluation of Carly, was Carly afraid that her mother would find out that she was having these mental health issues?
Yes.
is it reasonable that Carly would not want to disclose that she was having these mental health issues to someone she knew was talking to her mom?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you talked about how Carly was a follower. And if someone has more of a follower personality, are they likely to argue with law enforcement?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope.
Your Honor, he brought it up on cross. Why wouldn't she have argued?
Overruled.
You can answer.
I'm not sure being a follower makes much difference in that regard. I would imagine that for a 14-year-old who's being arrested or picked up by the police, they're not likely to argue. I see Carly as a pleaser. Perhaps that's more germane. I think it's unlikely Carly would have actually argued. That's not something that would be characteristic of her.
And do you recall your testimony earlier today when you were talking about dissociative disorders and acute dissociative reactions to stressful events, how you testified that Carly met most of the risk factors?
Yes, I believe I talked about the factors that would make it seem more likely that it was the real deal as opposed to malingering.
And I believe you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the only factor that Carly didn't really meet was that she didn't seem to have any recollection of it instead of spotty recollection, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained is deleting.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that if Carly's nightmares of gunshots were somehow her memories of that incident, then that would fit even more perfectly with your diagnosis, that the risk factors?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't say perfectly. I wouldn't use that word. The other thing I'd say, I wouldn't put too much stock in this whole thing. This is information that we have from the research that there is. It's not great research. So again, I wouldn't put too much stock in it. But yes, the fact that she would seem to have some awareness of what had gone on, some post-traumatic symptoms associated with it would make her amnesia a little more patchy.
Okay, and so having that patchy memory would fall in line with someone who is genuinely experiencing dissociative amnesia.
Yes, again, this is not proof. This is not proof that she experienced dissociative amnesia, but it would be a factor, weighing in that direction.
And Dr. Clark, when we saw the body camera footage today, when Carly and Deputy Shack arrived back at Carly's house, were there already law enforcement videos and an ambulance there?
I actually couldn't see the video itself from where I was sitting, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And if that is what the video portrayed, how likely would it be, or would it be logical for someone to believe something has happened?
I think it would be very logical for someone to think that something had happened, yes.
Okay. Begging the court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. We tender the witness.
All right, you may stand down. Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense rests at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need a hot second, okay? If y'all just give me 5 minutes. If anybody needs a restroom, now will be a good time, okay? Record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Does the defendant re-urge motion?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
All right, any further basis you wish the court to consider?
No further basis.
Does the state re-urge does the state argue the same response as before?
Yes, sir, with additional information that's been put
Feel free to put it. Okay. Any further argument?
No, sir.
All right. Court court will overrule the motion for directed verdict for the record. All right, does the state have we all had a telephone call about a week and a half ago. You had a witness with a scheduling problem, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Still have a scheduling problem.
That's correct, Your Honor, for Friday.
For Friday. So I can recess. I mean, it's 4:47. What I'm saying is I can recess for the night. I should recess for the night. But if you have a witness problem, it's Wednesday night. Folks go to church. If you have a witness problem, we spend about an hour taking care of something else. I'll let you call the witness now. But if we don't have a witness problem, I want to rest. I want to be done for the night.
Aaron, can I make sure we have 2 witnesses upstairs that are pretty short? Can I just make sure that they can both do that tomorrow?
Yep.
Y'all mind checking on that on this side?
And for those going to check, it's not a convenience issue. It's an availability issue. Okay?
And Dr. Pickett's in the courtroom. He is available tomorrow.
Okay.
Can we approach real quick?
Sure. While they're doing that, I want to look ahead to jury instructions. I got S1 through S7, and I got D1 through D6. Is that what we have? Is that correct?
That sounds right, Your Honor.
Okay. And y'all both exchanged sentencing instructions, correct?
Yes, sir. We filed our sentencing
Yeah,
instructions.
I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but just make sure they were exchanged.
We may have an additional jury instruction.
Get it filed sooner rather than later.
What time are we getting started, Judge? They have appointments already scheduled back up for their council, but they'll be available. We just tell them what time to get started.
Yeah, let's get started around 8. I'm gonna have the jury here at 8:45. All right, I'm gonna bring the jury back in. I'll tell them to be here at 8:45 tomorrow. Give them my instruction. Anything further from the state before I bring in the jury? From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in. For planning purposes, how many do you have tomorrow, roughly?
I'm sorry.
For planning purposes, how many do you have tomorrow?
3 should actually be pretty quick, and then one of those 3 is an expert, and the last one is an expert.
All right, will the state have any witnesses in rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're at a point in the evening where we need a break for the night, okay? It's 7 minutes till 5, and I don't want to go late tonight and then have to bring y'all back tomorrow too, okay? For planning purposes, kind of bear in mind, if the case goes to y'all for some reason tomorrow, we can't disband till we have a verdict. So if you've got child care issues, something like that, call your mom, call your grandma, call somebody. Let's get that taken care of for tomorrow, okay? I'm just trying to put y'all on notice as much as possible. Remember the court's admonition, do not talk about this case. Do not allow yourself to be exposed to any outside media. And please don't go look at any social media or do any independent research. Does everyone understand that? All right, I'm going to ask y'all to be back in the jury room tomorrow morning at 8:45. All right, with that, we'll be in recess for the evening, and everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Sure. That's all right. That's all right. Take your time.
Question is, need to like tell my boss, my wife, we'll be home tomorrow whenever we get home. Is that what you just said?
Tell your wife you don't know what time you'll be home tomorrow, and you don't know what time you'll be home Friday. How's that? But you can tell her you'll be home for the weekend. How's that? Yes. Yes. No. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's it. I ain't gonna lie.
All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. I'd encourage both sides, if y'all have any evidence state that you intend to offer through your experts tomorrow, if y'all could at least produce the exhibits tonight. I mean, I understand you produced them in discovery, but let's go on ahead and make sure we go through them so we don't have any time lag tomorrow, okay?
Sure, I think everything that I think we'll be talking about the medical records and the journals and schedules are already in.
All right.
We might use the television at some point.
All right, anything further from the state before we close for tonight? From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, best of luck. Y'all have a good night.
8:30.
Yeah, lawyers 8:30.